Hello. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. We've got Ray, we've got Wolfie, we've got Gigi, we've got Driver, we've got Nikki, we've got Oni. Did I miss anybody? Hello, everybody. Hi. Welcome, 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 welcome. Henro. Guys, you have to help me pick my drink. You gotta help me pick my drink. Hi, everybody. Here, let's go here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, apparently my mascara got a little clumpy right there. That's fine. Where's it from? Okay, so I have my hashtag sponsored. I got my 3 advanced GG flavors. Advanced GG. I got one of each line so that I could choose. So I got 1 hydration, I got 1 focus, and I got 1 energy. And I want to make my drink for stream. You're advanced. Where's it from? Psych. Hydrate. So the hydration is rainbow candy. And focus is orange creamsicle. And energy is rainbow sherbet. So hydration. Do we have 2 votes for hydrate? 1 for focus. Rainbow candy. Okay, I guess we'll do hydration, the first one. Smoke the one with the weed in it. Oh shit, I think I ordered the wrong one. Hydrate or dihydrate. Okay, we're doing hydration. We're doing the hydration. Try the green one. Whoa. Oh, it comes with a cute little scooper. A little pooper scooper. Get hydrated on, bitch. Oh no, my pooper scooper is way deep in there. Oh my gosh, look at how little the scooper is. It's a little scooper guy. It's covered in stuff though. All right, here we go. Here's my My little shaky. Snort all of them? I would like to not pass away tonight, if that's okay with you guys. I'd like to not pass away. Okay, let's try. Here's hydration. Here's my scoop. Get dropped, idiot. Get dropped in the cup, idiot. Gigi wants to pass away. What else is new? I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm passing away. Hold on. I'm drowning. I just wanted you guys to know where I was at that moment, you know? I just wanted to keep my crewmates in the loop. I just wanted to keep my crewmates in the loop of what was going on with me at every exact moment. At every moment. All right, put our cap back on, make sure it's clicked so I can shake her. Shaker, shaker, shaker. If I can't perish, no one else can. You know, that's fair. Hi, Tori. All right, let's shake her up. Shaker, I hardly know her. All right, and then you know what it tastes like? Yes, Allie, that's exactly what it tastes like. So it does taste like rainbow candy, but like not Smarties. Because Smarties are like the chalky ones, but the rainbow ones, the hard rainbow colored ones, what are they called? That's what they taste like. Like Nerds? Not quite. It's not, no, not quite. It's definitely fruity candy. Like definitely fruity. Spree? Yes, Spree, like Spree candy. That's what it tastes like. Yeah. Pickles? Where's my sound? How did that happen? I haven't touched this in forever. How did that happen? That's fucking weird. I'm gonna spree. What, you don't like sprees? Oh my god, I'm gonna spree. Oh my god, I'm gonna spree. Why do I feel like my shit's not right? Like I don't feel comfortable. Prostration Road. Prostate Road. Whoa. You said it. I was just reading your chat. Look at him. I froze him in the middle of a jump. Look at that. You killed it on.
Do you even know what you want?
Do you even know what you want? What the fuck does that mean, Vex? What the fuck is that other sniper? I just saw the line. That's not how I thought it was gonna go. What? Yeah, how else could it have gone? I'm just curious. Just curious what you thought was gonna happen. Hello? What you thought was gonna happen here.
Too much fun.
How did I end up immediately in a fight? Immediately in a fight. Immediately. Hey. Ah.
Getting closer.
Bro, the one thing the entirety of the difficulty of this game is based on the mob volume here. Like, this game isn't hard necessarily, but they put 17,000 enemies in a map area, shooting at you from all fucking directions. No mini map or radar. You have a compass, so you can't see who is shooting at you from all directions. You just get shot in your asshole! Directly in there. I hate when that happens. I do too! Like, spread your cheeks and just fucking load it in there. Like, god damn. It's pronounced asshole.
I'm unstoppable. That's my cue. Lock on.
And they just keep coming. The hits keep coming and they don't stop 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 coming. Sounds like a good party. I should tell a few people my idea of the pumpkin pie filling or apple pie baked in an apple pie with caramel. Maybe sounds great. I need to make it as a joke, but it really does. It does sound good, Nikki, and that's what I said. I was like, you better send me one whenever you actually do create this masterpiece. No. Bullets, Nikki, bullets. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. What the fuck? Grab! Is this the last bitch?
Don't wear black for me.
What supplements? Asking for a friend? What? You fucking what? We know you don't have friends to ask. You fucking what? Overwatch man just appeared.
Salutations.
Ellie, you gotta chill. Popping a squat. I will always be called out. Yeah, I feel like you keep putting yourselves in situations to be called out. Look at how many dudes are over here. That's crazy.
I'll quit your bitching.
Jiminy! All women know is eat hot chip and lie. Do I need to be fighting these people? I mean, obviously, we want to fight these people, because why wouldn't we? Wow. Nikki doesn't speak for me? Oh. No shot. I'm gonna fucking die. That's so dumb.
Listen, you will
Why does this keep happening? This, I think more of my deaths have been that. Like, literally, I think the majority of my deaths have been killing each other at the same time. Or, like, a stray fucking bullet just, like, shows up.
I'm back. Oh, goody.
Oh my god, she's playing with her toy. But she's sitting, like, her butt is in her bed and her front paws are up, like, next to where my feet are. And she's, like, playing with her toy, like, half standing, half laying. Do 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 do. This part of the map is a little... Oh. That makes sense. Wait, go back here. Wait, go back here, because there's no fast travel over here, I don't think. Didn't say she didn't, but also didn't say she did. Just that I don't speak for her, not confirming or denying my statement. And there's your professional legal advice from Nikki Mayhem. There's your professional legal advice, care of Nikki Mayhem. I don't know why I'm sitting like a freaking ogre. Correct, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Prostate Road. You stream right when I get off work? Hell yeah. From therapist in training. Nice. That time Nikki did speak to me. The dumbest complaint. Most of them are, but what's this one? Also, hi Rabbit. Welcome in. Cover me. Grappled explosives never hit the enemies. That's like a skill issue. Do they mean the ones that go like that? Is that the one they mean? Oh! Like those motherfuckers. Yeah, they do. Yeah, that's definitely a skill issue. Yeah, that's definitely a skill issue. I've hit them before. Lol, imagine calling yourself out like that. Imagine calling yourself out like that. They probably only do, like, splash damage. Guys, I don't like this game called Elden Ring because every time I walk around, the bosses just kill me. I don't even do anything to them. I just walk in and they just kill me. Isn't crazy, but they're great. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're not supposed to... You're not supposed to kill anybody with them. You're just supposed to, yeah, get a status effect on them. Imagine not being a real gamer. Exactly. Exactly. Imagine calling yourself out like that. Yeah, it's the same thing as barrels. Like, all those barrels... Up. There we go. Like, those are... You're not supposed to kill anyone with those. They're just supposed to put status effects on. wealthy. Oh, are you now?
That one's gone.
Nice. More controllable. Back in my day, we had to aim with one joystick and staffing uphill in the snow both ways. I mean, I had to blow on the cartridges. Sure, Grandpa. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, they're not like full-on weapons. Yeah, it's environmental hazards. The same thing as like in some games where like the environment can like crumble and hurt you or what. Like, yeah, people are dumb. Having to pay attention to the environment. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine having to like read something all the time and talk all the time while playing a game all the time? Imagine. I am inevitable. I am people, I'm dumb. Wow. Can't believe you just call yourself out like that. Wow. You're forced to use your car too much. I can play without a car even once. No, the fuck you cannot. Yeah, no, there's a couple places in 3 where you have to use the car. They don't force you to use the car at all, other than the jump with Zane so far. Is that Owen Wilson as a child? Oh my gosh, do you hear that? Small wow. Yeah, wow. Sit here. Think there's a side quest, you haven't found it yet? Oh, that forces you to use the car? Wow. How could they do such a thing? How could they do such a... Honestly, what is Borderlands thinking? Ugh.
You drop back. Just scratch the cereal. Not sure what I'll do with it. Maybe sell it to Claptrap for double.
Spree!
If you see a dictator today, kill him dead.
People have to complain. Like, they did the same thing in 3. They do it with every game. Like, just... Hell yeah! All map locations in Carcadia Burn.
See you, right?
Gaming! Level 37.
Can you feel the end approaching?
Had many valid complaints, but 3 was not a bad game. I agree. Just like learn how to play the game. No. Game has to be handed to me. Oh, you're an elemental eater, eh? Fucker. See? Every fucking direction. Like how? I'm only one person. Stop making multiplayer games that are not actually just like designed for one person to be able to play them. Every fucking direction at all times. No radar. Who is that? Oh, Christ. One versus army in this, or can you play strategic and patiently? I do feel like it's one versus army sometimes. I do feel like it definitely forces you to kind of really, really be mobile. Like, more than any other Borderlands games, it really forces you to be moving at all times, because it is. There's the mob density is very, very heavy, which makes it kind of challenging. But is it impossible? No. But I do feel like it's like one man versus an army. I do feel that way. But I don't feel like it's impossible, and I don't feel like... do I feel like it's unbalanced? It's right on the border, honestly. In my opinion, because it's like you're really, really putting people in shitty positions. Like I was doing damage to them, but they're tearing through because there's so many, and they're just all backing up like this. I'm gonna die. It's crazy. And look at, they just keep backing up. Ah! There is a radar? Is it a setting?
Run if you want.
Ah, toggle radar display. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah! That's the Borderlands I wanted. Having it down in a setting, though, is kind of shit. Bullshit, but whatever. Cryo, the Elemental Eater eats, like, specific elements, so you have to change them. Crazy. Also, why am I like in it? Why did you spawn me like way the fuck in it? Immortal. Why are you immortal? Why are you all immortal? Okay, hold on a second. There's something there, obviously. Immortal, why? What the fuck? What the like, what am I supposed to fucking do here? Immortal, why? I don't know what to do here. Like, I can't do anything here. If they expect me to kill that badass to be able to get rid of the immortal buff on them, while my fucking asshole is being ripped fucking open. Bro, they're just tearing through shit. Yep. Okay, just fucking give up. This is the only part of the game so far that I don't feel is fair. Like, actually don't feel is fair. Like, this, it can't be done. It can't be done while I'm being fucking slammed from all different sides with these immortal enemies. Like, I have no health already. Yep. fucked. I'm done. I'm fucked. I can't. Please get out. Move out of the way. Everybody else, move out of the fucking way. This is actually frustrating.
Why so twitchy?
So they have to be... Okay, so they have to be in his range. Okay, so that's one thing at least. Tear through my shield. Just tearing through my shields. Yep, nope, now you're all immortal. Now you're all immortal. Come on, reload. Oh my god, get fucked on! Holy shit. Oh my god, the radar is a game changer, dude. Thank you. I'm so glad you saw a streamer, because I wouldn't have gone to look for it. Why would I have gone to look for it? When I saw him use, yeah, that was one of the, have I not been saying I hate that there's no radar because I can't see where everybody is?
Agreed. If you can take her bolt, preferably with lethal force, her contraption will be useless.
If I ever press anything, hard isn't hard enough. I love a double or triple enemy density, making every like a war, but that's just me. I enjoy extra fast pace. But I mean, yeah. I like, again, like, I feel like it sounded like a complaint. I would say that's where the difficulty lies in the enemy density.
Hold on.
I don't necessarily think it's too hard. That one was a little ridiculous, though, because I could not get them separated enough to do anything. Like, I had to literally wait for him to be far enough away to be able to get some of the ads out of there. Saying it the whole time, the radar is way more useful. It's one of those things where the game is at a part where it's trying to make you play multiplayer. That's what I'm thinking. Like, I don't know if they're trying to make you play multiplayer, if like they didn't balance it, like thinking people wouldn't play it single player, or what. The enemy density is definitely tough, though. I would say that that's most of where the difficulty comes from. You.
Where's that big boy when you need him?
Bro, how are these guys alive still? Holy fuck! The turrets, bro, it's a little kind of a pussy move, don't you think? Don't you think it's a little bit of a bitch-ass move to drop turrets down instead of fighting me yourself? No? You're just gonna be a bitch-ass? I guess the answer is yes, Krista. I'm gonna be a bitch-ass.
Why so twitchy?
Fuck off, mud mouth.
Door's still sealed.
See the post-difficult game with Wonderlands? Yeah, that's what I agree, yeah.
That's a little unsettling.
You can't tell me what to do. Instead of more health, just do harder. You sure is moving a lot. I know. Moon called Throne. I could be a Power Ranger. Alright. Is it harder, just longer? I don't know, man. I really think I know it sounds sexual, but being blasted from all sides is kind of difficult. So like increasing the health of people who are blasting you from every single direction possible, kind of tough. Anyway, I started blasting. So anyway, I started blasting.
You think me a fanatic, a mad woman.
OP10 was
He
the
does
answer. Yeah.
too. I was
Yeah.
like you once, blind, but the flames in the sky burned the call from
Listen,
my
I love this
eyes.
dog so much. I do. I
saw
love her
it
so much.
Lit
But she
by wings of
pulls
fire.
her blankets
A
off
vision
the
of
bed, and then they
power.
I was just
For me alone, the veil above us shattered, and with it went the Timekeeper's stranglehold. My rippers are the ones who see what I see. We built all this to do the unthinkable. Leave Kairos and take the stars for ourselves. For Elpis is my fated destination. The site of one final death. There, I will be reborn again. Free of flesh and blood.
You're loving
And
Rafa.
I
Played Vex.
will
She's a lot better than I was expecting.
dawn.
What Vex did you play? Did you play her as the summoner or the Eldritch Blast? I like the Eldritch Blast, honestly. I've never played as summoners really. Gosh, the compass needs to go away. The radar's where it's at. Real Borderlands players use the radar. Oh my god, I can't believe I did that. I deserve that death. I don't even think I did that, but okay, I'll take credit for that. Better have cat ears. Yeah, I feel like the cosmetics are very lacking. Like, and they recycled some cosmetics from other games, which I also found to be very lame. Bro, whomst? No, you don't have perfect aim, guys. I refuse to accept that. I, like, refuse to accept that they have this absolutely flawless aim.
Slouching towards success.
Refuse. I was dropping 26 cosmetics from the one I've seen. Looks like headhunters. Also, are they ever gonna give us the cosmetics back that they took? Cause that's bullshit. It's not my fucking fault that you gave the cosmetic out early. Give it back. Not my fault. There's just the one, okay.
The wrath of the wild is upon you.
This is for you.
Yeah, it's just bullshit that they took it away. Like, they could have been like, oh, you know, didn't mean to release this, but like, here, you can keep it. Sorry, our bad.
Time to explode.
Come on. What's that movement? The man is in front of me. They have insane accuracy. Don't miss a shot. From behind cover, they don't miss a shot. Yep. Insanity. The accuracy they gave these fuckers. Yeah. I have the middle one. I didn't get the one that's 120. I got the one that was 100.
As long as his bolt remains in your flesh, you will always be the timekeeper's prisoner, shackled and weak. Now is the
So that's even
time
worse then. So they
to
took it away from
rip
me and they shouldn't have.
yourself free. I've seen it.
Yeah, I'm pretty fond of my brainstem. I'm good.
So people are saying. Yeah, well, I own the deluxe edition, so. Come on. Yeah, and like, what am I collecting iridium for? Earl here? Is there an Earl equivalent? Gunzerker. Yeah, I was just disappointed that there's 3 bodies and then you took one of them away. I can't tell, like, I can't tell if we're just spoiled from, like, the past Borderlands games and we're just expecting too much, or, like, if I'm justified in saying, like, you gave us all of these great things for the past 4 games, like, why suddenly are you taking
You
all
could
these great
never
things away?
understand the pain of a life stretched beneath the
Like, I can't tell, like, am I being selfish, or am, like, does it make sense that I'm like, why are you giving us less each time?
Behind your eyes, this hatred flooding your every vein. Who is he to revel in such control?
Like, why make a sequel and give us less than was in the one before? Isn't that the whole point? Like, a sequel's supposed to, like, improve on the franchise and improve on things? Like, isn't that what the point of a sequel is, right?
The left behind will all be nothing more than a faded memory. This age is ended, and we mark the set. A new one rises. You will not believe, but I am glad you are here to see it.
Oh, I gotta change my elements.
As freaking if.
What? Where? You're the one who hit me way the fuck back here and killed me? I doubt it. Unlaunched and then took it. If you didn't have it, it would be spoiled, but you had it. I'll say the headscape got a lot better than the 2. 26 cosmetics, the first update. Miss Headhunters. I don't know, man. I just feel like let's look here. Like, this one's old. They did this one already. Like, they did this one already. Like some of them, they've already done these, you know? Like, this one's old. That one's ugly. Yeah, there's always a Western one. Yeah, there's always one of these. Oh my gosh, that's googly eyes. Which one? You buy? I don't like it. I don't like this. It looks like a beard. I would probably like it if it didn't have this. Rename character. That one's kind of cool, but it's like Harlow. It like is like a version of Harlow's, but shorter, obviously. Rename character? Yeah. Apparently. Yep, see, give me my third body back, you asshole. It is 9 o'clock at night. What the fuck? I know you ain't calling to solicit fucking money from me at 9 p.m. I requested an update to allow us to rename. Why do you need to rename? Some people just go too hard, you know? Where are you?
No way through. Gonna have to hack the door open.
Oh, I missed. Being a dummy. Whamst? 2 of every character. My Borderlands 3 has 70 saves. My Borderlands 1 has 1 save. It's Lilith. My Borderlands 2 has 1 save. It's Maya. My Borderlands 3 has 1 save. It's Amara. But I've got like over 100 hours on each of those individual characters.
E4. Up and at 'em.
170, that's
I'll
crazy.
take care of these assholes.
That's not true. I have more than one save on Borderlands because I've played with more than one person. But yeah, they're all Maya. I wasn't kidding when I said I've played all of the games and I've never played anything other than a Siren. Oh no. Mm-mm. Literally, I've only played a Siren in all of the games. Obviously not pre-sequel because there wasn't one, but... No Krieg, no Gage. Krieg lets you attack your friends. Why would I want that? Why am I stuck? Oh, nice. I knew it. It's too late. Oh, down again? Immediately? That's fun.
That could have been more fun.
Oh my god! I love exchanging my life for nothing! I hate the turrets, dude. I hate the turrets.
One more of those, please.
What a bitch-ass move. Am I going that way? I feel like you and your friends play games much differently than me and my non-existent friends. I just don't like the turrets at all. I think that it's like... I think it's a bitch move. Because they can throw them like grenades. So they can throw them behind you. If they just dropped them, like here's my turret, I have to put my turret down, that's one thing. I don't like that they're grenades. I'm gonna just chuck a thing right behind you and screw you over. That was my entire shield? Why? Bitch-ass sniper. Bitch-ass sniper doing bitch-ass sniper things.
Let's roll.
The mortar turrets have map range. They shoot a grenade and then spawn 10. I know. Hate them. That's what I'm saying. Like, I really don't like the turrets. Again, if they just like, if they had to like drop them down in front of them, okay, I'd take it. But yeah, I don't like that they're on grenades. Ooh. Not even like picking up loot anymore. I feel like there's no point. I think loot drops are a valid complaint. I think that the loot drops are trash. And I think that it's because they overdid it and they have too many combinations. So by having too many combinations, having too many options, you end up with too many trash drops.
A luminous rebirth awaits me.
Too much trash.
Destiny. You cannot change it any more than you can reorder the stars in the sky.
Okay. I have a bit of a headache and I don't know where it's coming from. Radar's a game changer. But I saw that there was these dudes behind me before I walked off and went somewhere else. Excuse me? Bro. Oh my god, get me out of here.
So easy. Let me help you with that crazy.
Again, with the insane accuracy. Motherfucker, you are way too far away. There's no way you're hitting me. I refuse to accept it. I refuse to accept it. Are you implying that's you? I know it's always been a Borderlands thing, and I've always hated it. I hate that your own weapons and own elements hurt you. I'm too sloppy of a player to, like, be concerned by my own splash damage. I'm too messy to be concerned with splash damage. Alright, I need to take something. My head is killing me. I don't know why. It just suddenly got, like, really obnoxious, so I'll be right back. Hold on. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that. Thank you for waiting. Hi, Andy. Welcome, welcome. How did the rest of your stream go? Oh, God, why does my head hurt? Hopefully this Advil kicks in quickly. Hi, Dave. How you doing? Welcome in.
Weapons? Check. Bad attitude? Check. Let's end the Ripper Queen once and for all.
Okay, boss fight time. I hope my Advil kicks in very soon and I don't have to do this with a headache. Dave, how was your day? Are you back at the office? 25% energy. I don't need that. It's actually not bad. So to speak, yeah. Back at the home base. Oh, that actually isn't better because this gives me the capacity. Yeah, okay. So that's actually not really much better. Spaghettifying plasma grenade. Two charges, huh? 3 charges. Fully loaded suppressing plasma grenade. I'll try this fire one. Turned a bunch of receipts, caught up on stuff. Scheduling an actual vacation for the end of October. Nice. You're doing a staycation? You're planning on going anywhere? You don't have to say where, but... Where? Psst. Or maybe you do. Tell us everything. Can charge. I don't like the charging ones. I don't like the charging ones. Why did they give so many charging ones this time? Dang. Spaghettifying grenades turn your enemies into things of the past. Ah. Get it.
Welcome to quote
That was a good one.
unquote Dr. Zed.
That was a good one, Dave. Dave, you're a funny guy.
You done with this? You sanitized
Don't let
this
anyone tell you
shit. I
otherwise.
can get some use out of this yet.
Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You're a funny guy.
No take-backs. You want this back? I used to have one just. You want this back? You just let me know.
Dang, look at all these 34s.
This used
I got a lot of stuff at
mine.
level 34,
I used to
apparently.
have one just like this. This here's. Think I might have sold this same piece to a bandit a while
Dang.
back. Small world. You and
All
your
my
wallet are welcome
exes
anytime.
live in Texas. Maybe stop dating dudes from Texas, you know? Wee. Totally normal thing. Okay. Cutscene. Holy shit.
I killed her. But that was only the beginning.
Oh, she's the thing that killed,
Now, it's your turn.
yeah. She's the thing that killed Zane's little pet. Well, not little, but you know.
Here's the truth.
Okay, well, you don't really take much damage, do ya?
Ouch. Yeah.
Okay, makes you do a lot of damage, so that's fun. Ah! Please don't be a little scorpion lady.
No more games. Present for you. Accept fate.
Why do I feel like I'm moving so slow? Why do I feel like I move so slow in boss fights? Like when I was fighting that thing the other day, too. The, was it the? Yeah, the ones inside the vault. I was just like, why am I moving so slow? I had to think for a second. I was like, was it the vault? Come on. I don't think I like these because they don't stick. I like sticky grenades. Lady. Lady.
Gotta move fast.
Oh, they do stick. I just suck. Ew, 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 ew. Oh, I need ads. Well, that sucks. That's weird. I was like, that's twice now that I tried to turn and she just didn't. Weird. Okay. Let me fill my ammo. Alright. I don't know if I like this one. This one doesn't have an element on it, though. Because of anti-infantry. No, maybe I'll leave this one on and try it. But see, this is the only other one that does more damage, but it does not have an element. So, drink water and cooked hamburger helper for dinner. Oh, hamburger helper kind of sounds like it would slap right now.
You make questionable choices. Damn it, mine.
Ah! The Ripper Prince since fucking when?
Wanna die?
Did she do that last time? God. I did so much better last time.
Sure, I can play with fire.
She's like hyper aggressive this time. It's crazy.
This move is a real killer.
Bro! blow these things up?
Heat wave incoming!
Oof.
This'll do!
Bruh. No.
Thanks, I hate it! Love explosion!
Bruh, I'm gonna go down.
Whoa, that's a lot of boom! You're making my skin crawl!
Stop moving.
Worth it!
Ew, why are you creepy?
Boom time!
Ah, what am I stuck in? Get out of this thing. Bro. No thanks.
A doom shower challenge? Really?
Accept fate! Accept destiny!
Boom! Missiles? Thanks, I hate it! Sure, I can play with fire! Missiles? Thanks, I hate it!
Get fucked.
No! I saw it!
Now that one was satisfying. I'll just be taking that command bolt.
Nice. Nice. Too easy. Too easy, too easy, too easy. She said thanks, I hate it. Yeah, she really did. She really did. First try. Yeah. First try really trying, you know? You know? Like my heart wasn't in it the last try.
Zane? Levane? I did it. She's dead.
Well played, boyo.
Wait, where is she?
I haven't the words to
There she is.
express my gratitude yet, Vault Hunter.
Okay.
So, Now
I
let
killed her so
Zane
hard
sit
she's
there for
inside
now.
her machine.
Please, come see me.
Crazy. Crazy. How do I leave? Not like this. Streaking! Thanks, Andy. So, there's gotta be boss loot down there. Yeah, see, I need to be able to go there. But how? Ah. Just don't be dumb, you know? No, no, wait! Skills. That was it? That's I didn't get a legendary for that? I didn't even get a purple for that? Yo, the loot in this the loot in this game is so fucked. So stingy with the loot. Literally. Wait, no, I need to leave. How do I leave? Right, but you won't let me leave. To quickly move around Cairo. There it is, there it is, there it is. There it be. Okay, so now she wants me to go here. So stingy with the loot. They really don't want me be looting. Or else they don't call me Barry B. Luton. Barry B. Gluten? I feel like they better give me some good loot.
What can I say? You did the impossible twice. First, by saving Carcadia and showing us how to stand up to the Timekeeper. The Electi are proud to back the Crimson Resistance. And the second impossibility, you managed to make Zane grow up.
Grow up? How dare you?
Dude, don't blow this.
I mean,
Saw GG abandon us?
that's
No,
right.
I saw that you were there,
that.
that you went there before you came
might
here
even
when you got
contribute to my
home.
retirement plan.
I saw.
Oh, responsible, like. Don't try stopping.
I see. I see everything.
Zane, I'll see you tomorrow at 7.
7.
And Vault Hunter, thank you again. Truly.
Hell yeah.
So,
Calais, what was left of her, reached for the moon as she died. Her visions had promised her power, but destiny was no match for a Vault Hunter. Without a general at their head, her Ripper army fell to chaos. They had been denied their conquest of the sky and decided to make it everyone else's problem. Given a reprieve from constant war, the people of Carcadia Burn turned their eyes towards something beyond surviving. Levain had helped them weather the storm, and now she could build the Electi into an actual society. The future wasn't clear, but maybe now they had a speck of a chance. Zane celebrated his victories in the familiar ways. But try as he might, he couldn't deny that it had felt good to be a hero again. He began to think that maybe some bridges could be unburnt.
Oh. Who else are we gonna see then, I wonder? Hell yeah.
What are you whispering to them, Levain? Are you saying this is my fault? The security of this city is a shared responsibility. I will not stand by while the blame is laid solely on the Carcadian technologists.
Leaders, please mind your voices. This matter is.
If I got one with no Mountain Dew syrup and a cherry flavored seltzer.
Not
No.
a single one of your alarms sounded during this Ripper raid.
It
The
is
shortcomings
karma.
of your work have endangered our fragile coalition.
Levane is correct. We must strengthen our position, not weaken it with bickering. Once the Order learns of our anemic defenses, they are certain to seek retribution for our disloyalty.
Bickering? This alliance hangs by a thread. But fine.
But fine.
Leaders, let us discuss this matter in private.
Oh. Does that mean I have to leave? Okay, fine. Oh, guys, look at the quest it's auto-sending me on. You can't- oh, you can't see. Look which quest it's trying to get me to do. The vending machine. The evil vending machine. You win some, you lose some. And when you cheat on your bestie, you lose. It's not worth it, besties. It's not worth it.
Missing. Lady Naheli of the Augmentation House. Nice reward, too. How hard can returning one rich girl be? Echo, can you get a fix on our last known location?
Ooh, we're finding a rich girl. If I was a rich girl, na 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 na, then I'd have all the money in the world. If I was a wealthy girl. Okay, anyway. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I apologize. Ooh. Woo! Alright, let's compare that to what I've got. What I got. Where's my peace tool? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. It does less damage, but only like 50.
Just leave the money on the dresser. We sell them in pints round here.
Don't cheat on your bestie. Don't do it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Sucker. What? I mean,
I'm curious why. Like, clearly Marcus is still Marcus because he's still the narrator. But I'm curious why they replaced Marcus in the vending machines with Zane. Double Thrown Creme Easy Blast. Double Thrown Cream Easy Blast. Ooh fucking ooh, guys. Ooh fucking woo. Thrown Double Cream Easy Blast. Synchrotron Synodic Stellium. Yeah, sure. Charges? Nah.
you got any more like this? You know where to
Durendal,
find me.
that's boring. Ambushing Dullahan. Billy Zane? Billy Zane?
deserve
Yeah.
to breathe our special air here.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. I'm shopping. Can you please go away? Thank you. That was very nice of you. I have 2. Look at this. That's not fair.
Wait. Why am I buying your shite?
Because I can't use it. It's for a different class.
Come see me again. Unless you're pro.
Alright, let's try this legendary vending machine again. Ugh. I don't know if I can articulate it. Right, I thought you were inside.
We must get our guns back. I have a plan.
Oh, do you? Wait, is this way shorter than the other way? It's about the same, maybe.
Get it!
The dusty dangler.
Hell yeah!
Wait, where's the entrance? Over here? Right.
Woo!
It's right here.
I almost feel bad for you. Almost.
Alright. No idea how this is gonna go again. And remember last time I tried to shoot him from above and he went above and then never went back down and just like killed me? So maybe we don't do that this time. Oh, I have to go down, huh?
That's definitely a vending machine. Doesn't look that legendary.
As it was foretold, praise be to the vending machine. Unstuck be its contents, accurate be its change.
Welcome to the legendary vending machine. Select your price. Got a big sale going on danger.
Is this supposed to be happening? Is this supposed to be happening?
Legendary or not, vending machine knows how to make an entrance.
Bro! This is fucking crazy! Like, I don't know what to do here. And there's no ads down here. I don't know what to do here. Huh.
Dying as someone
Oh, I don't know what to do here. Because there's nothing... There's no ads to kill to be able to get a res. No, it's the same vending machine that I tried the other night that keeps killing me. I don't know how to kill it, so... Yeah, sadly, I don't know how to kill this, so... Is this... Hold on. You're telling me that this is what is marked as the ads while I'm in this room? Like, you can't be serious, right? Oh, you guys are killing it. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Come on. Bro. Someone's got a case of the Mondays. Is it me? I think everybody's got a case of the Mondays. Monday. Alright, let's get all of our health back now. We're gonna wait it out before we go in here. That's crazy that those are what counted as. Because I was like looking when I was in that fight, I was like, who is the little red dots? Like, maybe I can kill them and get a res, but apparently it was these guys outside. So there's nobody inside. Okay, so, oh, I'm not getting health back. Oh, okay, cool. All right. I don't know, dude. I really don't know what to do here. No, see, it does say there's something here. Okay, so now he's here, right?
Time to explode!
Fuck! See, eventually he does like a phase 2 and he like whips out. Yeah. See, this is what kills me each time. Just tears through my armor and my shields and stuff.
No mercy!
Okay. No. Please don't. Whatever this is, please don't. Oh! Come on, reload faster. Get him! Ah!
Happy Mercenary Day treasure? I don't get it. Hey, Zane, what the hell is all this?
You're gonna have to be a wee bit more specific.
I'm in a cave with a fancy vending machine and a bunch of dead cultists, and I feel like it's your fault.
What the hell are you? Oh, shite! I clear forgot I'd done that. Yeah, you found the little scavenger hunt I put together for someone a while back. Years back, actually. You really did the whole loony thing. Ha! Guess you earned the winnings then. Don't know anything about a cult, though.
So you didn't start rumors of a sacred legendary vending machine that drove a bunch of wannabes to start a cult called the Vault Gatherers?
Lol.
Can't speak to that. What I can do for all your hard work is get you one more go at that legendary machine. But once you buy something, it'll shut down again for keeps. And hey, if you could look out for never mind. Happy hunting!
Okay, so I can only buy one thing from this. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Let's look for... I don't like the swaying. What's this pistol do here? Okay. The zipper. 75 critical damage and 75 damage when hitting a target in the back. Okay, let's look at SMGs. Pamplemousse. Hitting enemies deals 121 damage to you and grants a stack of cruelty, which on kill restores 61 overshield per stack. I don't want that. The fuck is that? Parlay. Bullets pierce enemies and have a 5% chance when hitting an enemy to cause an explosion that deals 859. Fuck yeah, I think I want that one. It's a COV magazine, so it's unlimited until it overheats. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get that one.
Not a bad haul. Thank you kindly, Zane Flint.
Vanilla stream on the scene with these terrifyingly violent citizens. Legendary vending machine mystery. What many are calling the most important story of our time. Tell us, what boon did the machine grant you? And what were its thoughts on my exemplary coverage?
I don't do free interviews. Or paid ones, honestly.
Girl.
And there you
Know your
have it.
boundaries.
A mystery solved, and let's just say it, a planet brought to tears of pure joy. Signing off and using this story as leverage to get a better time slot, this is future multi-award
Wait, is there
winner,
really nothing else in here? Yo, there's really nothing else in here. Wild. Okay, well. Oh, I don't need to, like, do that. I can go somewhere else now. Okay, next. Her own funeral. Lady Naheli, you have to find the clues and piece together to finish her story. Oh, is this though? Yeah, okay. The loot in this game, like Diablo, like Halo, there is a set list of prefixes and suffixes that would randomize depending on the level of loot, so you never know what you'll get. It's always the same weapons in the same place, the same people. It's more along the Diablo lines, I would say, yeah. For instance, those boxes are randomized. You know, they're random. there's over 30 billion combinations of things that there could be. So, hi Marbs, how are you? Welcome in. Oh my god, she's out of her bed again. On the floor again. How does this happen? Okay. Jeez. Yeah. Now in 3, well, I guess in the previous ones, but I have the most experience in 3. Just because I had so many people to play it with. I had played it so many times. But like in 3, for example, each boss would have like a set of like legendary loot that they could have. And so like for example, like this boss would have a chance of dropping this particular shield or this particular pistol or this particular whatever. So like each boss would have like a chance to have like a certain prefix, but then like some of like the legendary effects like on those would then be like randomized. Like so for example, there was go ahead Marbs, you can I'm gonna keep saying what I'm saying and then I'll read your thing. Go ahead. So like for example, there was a boss in 3 that I would farm and his name was like Kilovolt or something like that, and he dropped a shield specifically which was called the Transformer, and the Transformer shield would take incoming electrical damage and recharge your shield with it. So that was what the legendary effect was. The legendary effect was always going to be the Transformer will like recharge your shield or whatever. But then the other effects that the shields would do would always be randomized. So sometimes you would like keep farming. Like you would get the Transformer like each time you beat the boss or each couple times you beat the boss. But like the sub passives or whatever might be different. So yes. So like there is set loot, but they will still always be randomized. How do I know this about the boss loot? Because I've played the other games. So like yes and no. So the answer is yes, but the answer is no. So like everything is always randomized, but some bosses will have set loot drops. All right, is she gonna open this? I need to get in this door. It's still not open. Okay. So clearly that's gonna open at some point, but it hasn't yet. Here's a sub quest. Let's go do this quest. Our knowledge is so deep. I'm sitting and just listening to Pink. All these, yeah, it's just I play a lot of games. I play a lot of games. Okay, here's your thought. Yes. Where do you want me to go? Oh, over there? Okay. Borderlands is so popular right now. Mm-hmm. I probably shouldn't run around with 516 health. Alright, let's test our new gun. Okay, it's fun. Okay, I like it. Oh my, sir. Woo. here? You better be here. Oh, I should try playing it? Or it's so popular that I shouldn't play it because nobody will watch. Which I've also been told. I've also been told, don't play popular games. I'm like, but I play what I want to play. Whether it's popular or it's not popular, I play what I want. That's the whole point. Ah! I got a... Oh my gosh, I got a second wind while I was flying in the air because he died of the corrosion. Ooh, there's not a lot of recoil when you're ADS. That's nice. That's nice. Complicated, way more typical game. Should a series of videos start at the beginning explain how they learned to play Borderlands 4? Like, do you mean like make content outside of streaming for YouTube? I don't have time for that. I wish I did. I want to. Coffee buzz. Oh, I love the coffee buzz is Ben and Jerry's, and I love that. That's one of my favorites. Oh, do it live? I mean, after I've beaten the game, maybe. I know that Gigi and I are going to be playing through the Borderlands series after we finish Elden Ring. So, oh, Jen and Berries, sorry. So we will be going through and like I'll be teaching Gigi how to play. Let's shoot each other.
Into the abyss.
Ooh. No, don't fall off this edge, please. There's an edge here. Ice cream does sound good, though. Do the explaining. I don't know. I don't know what kind of people want to watch that, though. Like, I don't have, other than my audience that I already have, I don't have, like, people aren't gonna come find me for instructions, you know? Does that make sense? Like... Cookie dough is how you were leaning? I'm biased, though. I love the coffee buzz. That's kind of handy. It's a good idea. It is a good idea. I'm trying to think of how to do it without, first of all, boring everybody who's already been here for the whole, you know, entirety of the game. I don't know. Oh, I get what you're saying, and I appreciate it, and like, I get it, and I understand what you're saying, but really, there aren't a lot of people who would benefit from the content, and it's not like my content is reaching people outside of the people who already watch. So if I was a big streamer, that would be totally different because I know that people would be watching it, but I've already played through it. I don't know. I don't want to dismiss the idea at all. I just don't think that it's content that would be beneficial for me. You would enjoy it? Not understanding the objective? It's pretty straightforward. It's a story-based game. it is a story-based game. Like your objective is A to point B. Was it impulse? Well, then get what you want, obviously.
Aha! That echo log's gotta be from our missing girl.
When she does the playthrough with Gigi or Key, it's definitely halfway between this and your idea. Yeah. All the pro tips in context is also a superhero. You're very good at explaining Borderlands. I need to get back and go back and watch the replay. Well, all of the VODs are up, but also I just put them up on the YouTube. I'll make them public. So you can put them on in the background on YouTube.
Isn't that what you want?
How like an electee to presume rather than listen. Your mistake was ever thinking you were in a position to negotiate.
Please. Just kill me and be done with it.
No. You pampered lordlings are always so eager to beg when you realize you can't win the fight. It's pathetic. What I want is for you to live a long life, knowing this was all your fault.
It's fucked up.
Sounds like Naheli's family landed in Callus's crosshairs, with predictably brutal results. Huh, look at that. My Echo 4 used Naheli's log to find another one she recorded.
790, 835, 91. Okay. Oh wait, can I not use? Okay. I'm gonna say, can I not use corrosive? Because he's corrosive, but it's fine. Seems to be fine. I guess I'll do this after the fight so I can actually listen to it. Son of a out of the black hole. Wonder Village did that? Not really. No, not really. It's a different game. It's just so boring to me. I can't stand your content. Wow. Wow. Honestly, I get it though. I also can't stand my content.
There.
Guys, can
another
we talk
log
about
from
ice cream?
Naheli.
Now I want ice cream. I wonder if Dollar General has a good sale. Dollar Gen. Dollar Jennifer.
Our families were supposed to work together to protect our people. We were supposed to protect each other. How could you sacrifice us to that horrible woman? Naheli, I loved your family like they were my own. You have to believe me. Please get me a medic before it's too late. So eager to beg when you realize you can't win the fight.
She let him die.
You disabled our defenses. Why? Business is business, okay? It wasn't personal. How did you escape? She wanted me to live. Why? I don't know.
So Naheli's family was betrayed by their own.
That
I had to
sucks.
finish the guy off personally. On to her next log.
Is Mario in it? I also want ice cream. General Dollar. Who's in the army? Have some respect. Sorry. Sorry. Where's the next one? Wow, way over there. Oh, luckily there's a fast travel right here. What do you mean you don't understand? What don't you understand? What's going on in the game? I'm doing a side quest right now. Robot you passed before was not from the last game. The robot I passed before was not from the last game. Claptrap? Claptrap's in all of the games, if that's who you're talking about. Minion! But, so there are characters in that carry over? Are you talking about the vending machine that I was fighting? Is Zelda in this game? He has such an awesome sword. No, yeah, again, that was a side quest. There's no way. It's right here. Is it above me or is it below me? It's gotta be below, right? It's below. It's right here. No fall damage. Fall damage can't touch me. Got it. So yes, so there are characters that carry over.
Mom,
but each game has a new set of playable characters.
he confessed, and then I let him go. For now, I wish I could take comfort in knowing why, but it doesn't change anything. I can't change anything. I just miss you all so much. And I wish you were here.
Sniper.
I think something happened.
Handsome Jack. Mediocre? Yeah, I know you're trolling me.
It's like, if I'm going to survive this, alone, empty,
goodbye.
like she did. I have to do what she would have done.
Think like Callus? Oh, Naheli. I don't like the sound of that.
Did you think he was handsome? He was so lanky. He named himself Handsome Jack. Come on. Some pixelated ribcage rubbing up on me? I don't know, man. Sounds like you just don't have good taste. Sounds to me like you just don't have good taste. Okay. Okay. I mean, basically all Borderlands are, like, more or less the same when it comes in terms of story. Like, there's the vault, and some bad person is trying to open it and take control of the power inside. But then it just, like, then it's just derivative. Derivative!
Milady, the staff
Yeah, but then, like, there's different things. Simpsons, that.
Just a
But then, obviously, each, like, Jack was such a great villain.
I told you I would be taking care of the catering.
He made you, like, literally be like, I hate this guy so much, but he's so funny.
No, milady.
Then why don't you quit shivering and do the only thing
The
you're
twins
good at?
in 3 were okay.
Uh-oh. Naheli sounded like she was losing it there, taking her pain out on her servants. I've got to be getting close to her now.
Okay, next one is where? Can I just go there? It's that one, right? You didn't play 3? Missed opportunity. 3 is good. It goes on sale all the time. It goes on sale all the time. Even when Gigi get back into it, maybe I can join you. Whoa. You did not just invite yourself. Whoa. I said maybe, and I'm saying, whoa. I play it all the time. I would totally be down. Like, when, instead of Haloing one night, we can Borderlands one night. You own them all on Xbox? Nice. Yeah, I had them all on... I think I had the first 2 on Xbox, and then 3 I had definitely had on PlayStation, because I played with that boom, that group of people that I played with on PlayStation back in the day. You think you need someone to play it with to learn? No.
Oh boy. Let's hope all this blood is.
I think the problem is it's just different from games you play. From like what
I'm glad to see you received my
from the games you told me that you play, I just think it's different than the games you play, and you just have to. Yeah, you just gotta learn the game. Whoa. Can you chill, my guy?
Then we can untie these people and clean all this up.
Nah!
You mean the main course?
The shooting you can do.
You can't expect me to.
I would if you don't have 4 yet.
It's nothing personal. You certainly know
2 is the best one. 2 is absolutely the best one. But I would at least start with 3 then before you get into 4.
Naheli, what did you do? It's like you wanted to be the Ripper Queen.
The end of her story is gonna end up being really fucked up. The end of her story is gonna end up being really bad. I can already tell. I can already tell. You keep saying that? What? I keep saying that 2 is the best? Like, what do I keep saying? Yeah, 2 is the best. It is. Oh, please tell me it's not above. Please tell me it's right here. It's not going to be. Oh, it might be in that cave. Okay. It was extraordinarily good. Yeah. 2. One of the things about 2, though, is 2 has one of the best DLCs of any game ever made.
Damn it. Naheli.
Wait, aren't these the...
It's too late, isn't it? I didn't get to you in time.
Oh,
I'm
shit.
so sorry.
Wait, are those not
Try
the
to make this
people
as quick as
from...
possible.
The, what you call it? The town? Not, like, are those not the people from Carcadia? Bro, there are way too many explosions in that little ass room. Beacon. Let's go to radioactive. There's so many explosions in there. Oh my god, there's so many explosions.
Sometimes grief takes you
Don't die! I can't come back! Wait, what's here? Wait, it says there's something here. Oh, turret. Yeah, hell yeah. I lived. I lived, bitch. That's crazy. Town with Ben Affleck? I think I've seen it. I'm trying to remember if I've seen it. Oh my, okay, fuck you. I'm over it. Get out of here. Whatever you're selling, I don't want it. Ooh, that one's far. He hooks up with Hawkeye. Hawkeye. Ensue? Ensue? Larities sue. Wow, I can't believe they sue. Pursues. What? Return to regular programming? I need to see this BRB. Who? Oh, I'm kidding. Who did you go see? That's funny. No, you don't have to say it. You don't have to say it. I'm just like, what are you talking about? Venting? Ah, see. I see. There's probably a closer place to go for this, but here we are. Oh. Thanks, game. That's totally a place I can go. I guess here, and then I can go just jump over and go down, maybe? So we both know never changes. It's also true, people do never change. People never change.
For you. Ripe for the picking.
Okay. It's been hard. Dude, the radar is so much better. I'm so glad that that's a thing now. Like, I didn't really need a compass. I like the radar better. Alright, so I think I can... Yeah, there we go. It's like, I think I can jump down from here. Playing too much Helldivers 2? Oh no. People never change except at a vending machine. Listen, if you enjoy it, you enjoy it.
Conway, you here?
If you can play Helldivers, you can play Borderlands. Y'all are annoying. So many explosions! We have to do our part, but it is hard. We must do what we must do. We all must do what we must do. Is that where I'm even supposed to be? No, see? Hello?
No Conway. Looks like they left a log behind.
The log. What's out there?
Report. This wreckage is no longer a viable scavenge location for any useful components, tech, or parts. Personal
It's on my computer, but I'm too good at working a lot, saving money, so now I'm running out of excuses. Are you finally getting your fucking hard drive, bro?
About the day I crashed here. Can't help feeling it was my fault. Gotta shake it. Can't let the fear get under my skin. Not when they're counting on me.
I know it's not co-op, but we should do Suicide Squad like simultaneously.
I'm sure everything's fine. We'll find them.
We better. That's our pilot. And my best pal. Okay, not gonna freak out yet, just hurry, okay?
Is this a thing I have to grab? This isn't a thing I have to grab, it's literally bright green. It sounds like I could use a hobby, or he could use a hobby. Parts of the galaxy that have yet to be liberated. Monday, I said I have to be here to receive it if I buy it online, apparently. So next time I'll be around when my mail comes on Monday.
Oh, hi, thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage.
Who needs a hobby? Oh, what's that? It just gets to you. Hi, Paul. Welcome, welcome. How's your day? It's like living in Starship Troopers. I've seen it. I know people who play it. I know lots of people who play it. I own it. I'm pretty sure I own both of them, and I've never played them. Super Troopers. Me and the Beeves for I have way too many hours in that because it's calm and relaxing and infinite. You also fall asleep with it on and leave it on for 37 hours at a time. There's one time I like pulled up Discord and I was like, bro, have you really been playing Beavers for 37 hours? Because it like, you know, comes up on Discord on the side. And he was like, no. I was like, doubt. Like yeah, I would say probably even more than that. I liked Beavers, but they're just like there was no achievements, like there was like nothing to work towards like once you like made like the perfect beaver settlement. Like what do you just do it again?
Nope, no Conway. But that log's theirs.
Or play for 20 days at a time. Played the Beavers like 4 days straight. I could not stop watching. I have no idea what. It's so fun, and I would be playing more, but like I said, like I got to a point where I was like, all I'm doing is recreating the same like town over and over and over again to get like the most like efficiency out of it. Like, what am I working towards? This is gonna be like going back to Elden Ring after playing Night Rain when I go back to like go back through the old ones with Gigi, because the movability and like it's just the speed and stuff in 4 is one of the best parts about it. And they didn't add like a lot of this movement and stuff until like 2 and 3. Like 1 is very stiff compared to the rest of these. Goodbye.
Report. Weather's
Play optimally.
Parts, but a few may be worth testing.
Took a break for a while to download mods and new maps. No, we gotta get the little mousey game when that comes out.
A crane up
About to
there?
hit 38. Dang.
Someone's found something worth finding. Heading over to check it out. Personal note. Maybe it's not the launch itself I'm worried about. Maybe it's not knowing how far we'll need to travel before we can transmit Kairos' coordinates. Could be years, just drifting. All of it riding on me.
Rush, Conway had a beat on some hot scavenge. Heading that way now.
Some hot scavenge. That sounds weird.
Please keep me posted.
I want to pre-order it, Evil. Really? You're that, like, for sure. Oh shit, Dollar General is still doing... Maybe I can see if I can get some ice cream. Hot cabbage, what a bum. Oh look, there is Ben and Jerry's. Okay. Unbelievable. My cabbages! New York accent. Unbelievable. Alright, gotta get a half-baked. I think I'll get a strawberry shortcake. Oh, they fixed it finally. That's amazing. Ray, remember how we talked about how sometimes they wouldn't do discounts on like different items? Like you would have to get 2 of the exact same item and you couldn't mix and match them. Looks like they changed it. Sorry guys, I just want ice cream. You guys talked about ice cream and I can get 2 because they're on sale and I can put one in the freezer. This is goals. We were stuck in the same problem. I mean, again, like I like it. A fudgy top one, get me one. A Boston cream pie? That's crazy. Can't have ice cream? You can't have any, like even just like a little treat? Like I know, like for example, like my mom is on keto, so she can't have like a ton of sugar, but every once in a while she can have like a little something. You don't like the fudgy tops? Because they're hard. Like, you have to, like, crack them to get into them, right? Dude, I just want, like... why do I have to get so much stuff? How much more do I need? Is that it? That should be it now. Perfect. Okay, cool. Core sample style sections. Oh, I see. So it's not a choice. It's a need, a necessity. You might even say. Okay. Perfect. Ice cream on the way. Nice. Ben and Jerry's, and they were buy 2 save 4 doll hairs. So I got 2 for $6. Oh, it says $3 a piece. That's good for Ben and Jerry's. That's good for Ben and Jerry's. That's cheap. Yeah, so they were $5 a piece. That makes it 10. And then it says if you buy 2, you get $4 off, which makes it 6 for $2 for 2 of them. So yeah, $3 a piece. That's nice. Nice. And I got strawberry shortcake and half-baked. That's a fucking deal. It's dollar general. Dollar again. Last time I DD'd from General, I wouldn't let me mix and match cereal, so the brand was twofer, but I had to get an exact match. Yeah.
That's great. This is actually great.
We said just leave the food at the
They're good.
door.
I like Dollar General.
I don't want to see your face. It's been
I didn't really
hours,
shop at
and
them
you
until I
said
moved down south, because they're fucking
delivery in 20 to
everywhere
30
here, bro.
minutes.
They're
Ooh,
everywhere.
That's the worst. Nothing worse than getting hangry.
I'm
Chugs.
always hangry.
Me too. That's my secret cap.
Chatter. Are you the delivery guy or what? We can't sacrifice this little sneak to the void until we get our blood sugar up.
Shit, that could be Conway. Bet I can talk my way in if I find their food.
Where was their food? Their food is so far. That's crazy.
Rush, I'm not totally sure yet, but I think Rippers may have captured Conway.
Damn. But captured is better
all
than,
the way out of your bed again.
you know. I'm gonna grab support and then I'll head your way. Be careful.
Hi, Pumpkin. Are you awake? Oh, you're going back to sleep though? You're just popping your head out? Okay, sorry. I was gonna try to show her off, but apparently she just popped her head out for some fresh air and she's going back to sleep. She is, guys. She is the cutest. I can't take it. I can't take it sometimes. Wait, what? Oh, I was like, why is it up here? I'm literally about to level up, like.
Guess that explains the late delivery.
How much cute? I know, it's literally, it's unfair. It really is. The world can't handle it.
With the kick-ass walking vibe.
Chad.
Oh, and you are kick-ass too, huh? Yeah, you are. Look at you. Come on, don't be shy. I'm impressive, I know, but you're not so bad yourself.
Who is this supposed to be?
Base life forms go.
Who is this supposed to be?
Mind giving me a hand, champ?
Oh yeah, you're one of those survey drones. Can't lie, the compliments are really doing it for me.
You deserve it. I'm in awe of your whole thing. My propulsion battery died.
Don't let her get too spoiled.
It'd be the honor of a lifetime.
She's already too
if
spoiled.
you help me complete my survey.
Free the surveyor drone. Oh.
All right. Don't be a tease. Oh, yeah. Those are some mighty fine hands you got there. Hands-wise, 10 out of 10. If you felt the sudden need to hold me closer, I wouldn't complain.
There's a line between charming and creepy.
Got it. Just had to
Are you
shoot my shot.
flirting with me?
You know how it is. It'll be great to finally complete my scan, but I'm not exactly excited to head back. To say the least, my creator isn't known for being personable.
And who would that be?
My programming won't allow me to share that information, but my main directive isn't subject to the same security levels. Our goal is to locate suitable locations for possible hidden research facilities.
Interesting. Think I might have an idea of what's going on now.
So I can't do this because I would need to carry her. Oh no, I can. Oof. I dropped her though, on accident somehow. There's one more. Oh, there it is. Special delivery! Why are you dropping? Come here. Means I have to walk though. Yeah, the art style is really cool. The one thing is though, like some things, like I feel like the guns almost look like this gun looks not real, but looks more real than like the thing in my hand does. Yeah. 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 Don't you know I am Spider-Man? Demon wings and webs. Uh-huh.
You're not ready.
I can't right now, sir. I'm doing a delivery. Oh, so we are Venom. Oh, I understand. We are Venom. No, I waited too long. I didn't Spider-Man fast enough. Music's kind of cray-cray. The music's kind of crazy. No. No. No, I wanted to grapple the thing. Now grapple the guy. Yes, I'm amazing. Sir, I can't fight you right now, poor observer. I'm just passing through your dome. Goodbye. We are Venom.
Got your food here. How about letting me in?
Special
so I can say sorry
delivery.
for how long it took.
Fine, but it better be real wet and soggy or no tip.
Hello. Special delivery. Special delivery.
Now here's your tip. Never keep a dead dog waiting. This is your last delivery, chum bucket.
Chum bucket. SpongeBob or what? SpongeBob boob pants. Hello? Or you just keep coming. That was not enough food for this many people, just saying. That's like when they order one pizza for like the whole company party. I hope we get paid early like we did last week. So we switched to a new HR company. And, oh nice, level up. And last week, some of us who all have the same local bank, because there's only one bank here, we all got paid on Wednesday instead of on Friday. I hope that happens again. I think I'll be able to get like the majority of all the cash by Saturday. Usually, I usually do because I usually like pay all my bills and then like go shopping and like get all the things that I've been like planning to get, and then like yeah, whatever's left.
No.
Oh no!
They're gonna sacrifice
I unlocked it.
I don't want to be voided. I'm very anti-void.
Wait, I unlocked this though. No, my friend.
I wish I could kill you more. Oh, it's a literal void. Well, actually.
That implosion drive is clearly malfunctioning. Move me away from it! Don't do take-backs!
Bless you and all that.
Find the crane controls. Beauteous. Alright. Controls. Controls.
Crane operator
Controls.
clearly takes his job serious.
The new PTA film. What's PTA? What's PTA? What's PTA? Why is that not occurring to me? You're probably gonna say it and I'm gonna be like, oh, duh. Oh, Paul Thomas Anderson. That was not what I was thinking. Okay. What movie is that? There Will Be Blood. Yeah. But that's not what I was like. I know who Paul Thomas Anderson. I just didn't know when you said PTA that's what you were talking about. Erector Ed. Okay. I'm not a fan. Are you like Bob the Builder? I think he's supposed to be sexy Bob the Builder.
It's not that I'm not curious about what being consumed by a void will feel like. I'd just rather it happen in another 50 years or so.
Well, cause like I was just thinking, like I know a new Demon Slayer movie came out, so I was just like, what is PTA? Like, is that another anime that I didn't know? One battle after another. Yeah, I think that's right. That sounds right. I know which one you're talking about.
I'm starting to kind of like it, and oh wait, no, I'm not. What is happening?
Most of his movies in the theater. Nice. Is he one of your favorites? Do you enjoy his films? I don't know who my favorite director is. I mean, a lot of stereotypical ones, honestly. Like, I like Christopher Nolan movies because I think that he's like just visually really cool. I like Greta Gershwin. Greta.
In space, that drive would warp the
Why am I drawing a blank on her name?
Power the engines instead. That may trigger their launch systems and take all the implosion drive's power. Whatever you do, don't destroy it.
Why am I drawing? It's not Gershwin, is it? Is it Greta Gershwin? It might be. She did like Lady Bird and, well, she did Barbie, but she's done a bunch of kind of like female empowered movies. I like.
Which I am.
Got a little crew. That's the best. I've got a couple people at work who goes to the movies with me, and it's usually just like me being like, hey, I want to go see this movie. Do you want to see? And they're like, okay. Like, they went with me to see Jurassic Park. They went with me to see what other Marvel movie? What Marvel movie before? Oh, Thunderbolts. And then we'll probably see Wicked when that comes out.
Salutations.
I like to see them alone. I'm very forced to be content by myself. Like, basically, that sounds sadder than it is. Like, I was alone a lot, so I was kind of forced to be content being alone. But then when I got older and I started making friends, I kind of like was still like, but I'm still cool being alone. So it's like, I miss my movie group. They all moved to Tennessee. Well, they also had a place for you to live for a long time before you were like, meh, never mind.
If I wasn't so close to being consumed by it, I think the void's kind of beautiful. But I am. So.
I should have. But someone signed another year on their Grease. Someone signed another year on their Grease instead.
Hey, big man!
In that timeline, I bet I'm really happy. You probably would be, because you'd be fucking working at a weed company. Was it maybe this year? I don't know. I don't have a room for you to live in anymore. This is the room. We're in the room.
Let me help you with that crazy.
Bruh, chill. Chill. I got a new credit card. Things are looking up. Yeah, that's usually how I base my self-worth as well. What are you doing in my room then? I'm streaming. I'm making names, making money moves. What you mean? What are you doing? Listen. I'm doing the 2 things that my father told me wouldn't take me anywhere in life.
Now launch that ship to nowhere. Fingers crossed this actually powers down the void instead of enveloping all of us immediately.
Wait, what? I have to go further up? There it is. Does anyone else do that? Does anyone else also turn their head like they can see around corners?
Nice. We avoided certain death.
Right.
Wow.
There has to be an
I'm
easier way to do that.
sorry. The fear of imminent death clearly affected my humor in a negative way.
What are you... Oh no! Whew. I thought that was it for me.
I'm just glad that log led me to you in time. Note taking for the win.
Oh, could you keep what I said in them just between us?
When I turn towards
Thanks.
things. Yeah, I'm just listening.
Sure thing. But don't thank me just yet. Turbulence ahead.
You okay, bud?
Oh, you were right. I'd like those things back, please.
You forgot the dessert!
Oh no. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my nose. Ah. Oh, he dead? Oh, he dead. Oh, he did. Audio assessments. The same as turning the radio down and getting closer to your destiny. Your destinations. Yeah, yeah, turn the car stereo down. That's funny. You guys are like twinsies.
Oh, Conway, you're all right. We got here as soon as we could.
Hey, all's well that ends with it me not being void food.
I may have slowed us down. Maybe you'll finally start joining me for cardio. Absolutely not. All right, I think I'm okay now. Hold on. Is that?
A semi-functioning implosion drive? Sure is.
Oh, that's good. That's very, very good. Vault Hunter, when you have a moment, I could use a bit of your time. Semi-functioning can become functioning very quickly. This changes everything.
Action missions, eh?
Mind assisting with the implosion drive? Mind assisting with the implosion drive?
Why are you asking me the
As
same
long
thing
as it's
twice?
not going to power on and suck me into that void I saw, I'm in.
I guarantee nothing.
And you brought it
Drive
here?
is malfunctioning due to power flow issues. There's an order plant nearby that should be able to reset its electrical
I just
core.
spawned on
Conway
top
and I
of
can
this man.
transport it there and leave the order control to you. A real implosion drive. This is the most excited I've felt in maybe ever.
I'm happy for you? Or sorry? Whichever fits best, I'm that one.
Anyways. Didn't mean to spawn my vehicle on top of this man. How do I get over here? Get over here. A van? I just spawned on top of this man. So close. Hold up. I just spawned on top of this man. Wait, where am I going? What? You fucking what? You fucking what, mate? Oh. We're good. Ooh, a chest. Garbage, garbage, garbage. Sir? What? I'm just living my life? Spinning angle. What? Spinning spine at the goal? I don't like you. You son of a. Oh, sorry to bore you, Ray. Actually, not even a joke, you're bored? Wow. Actually, I am incredibly bored, so... Actually, I'm so painfully bored. The only thing that I could possibly do... The only thing I could possibly do... Scared the shit out of me. Tough chat room tonight? I know! Dave, I feel like you're the only one I can count on. It was unintentional. I'm just teasing because you literally said it earlier today about Beeves. Don't make me go back to Gigi's chat. Wow. Wow.
Every step
wow.
with you
I mean,
feels
if I
like
guess
heading
if
in the right
anybody
direction.
was going to
But
betray
you're also
me.
literally heading in the right direction.
No, Nikki, you're right. I can trust you too. No, I can't trust you. You a hoe. I can't trust you either. Don't feel bad. I'm so relatable. Get out of here. Wow, I'm just so normal and relatable. I'm always, it's true. It's true. You're a faithful hoe. That's true. You know, if you're gonna have a hoe, you want a faithful hoe. That's true. You know what, Nikki? You're right. I take it back. I take it back. You're right. I can count on you, too. Ho, fo, show. Oops. That's true, Nikki. That's true. So true. You're right. Take it all back. Whoa. That's insanity. Where is it? There he is. Nice. I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite store on the Citadel.
As I hate to leave your Tinder
Wait, if you're by those standards, it means every single Twitch stream is your
far
favorite.
from you is almost too much to handle.
Wait a second.
Done. Scan complete. And according to
By
my
those
records,
statistics.
I was the final drone. Obviously,
No, I
you
did. Your
saved
favorite
the
Twitch
best
to go
for
streaking on.
last.
I read it.
Even though the memories we
My
made
joke still
together
stands
are
though, because
reward
Commander
enough.
Shepard says it about every store on the
A little extra on top.
So you say it on every store you go streaking on.
So the survey drones were sent out around the Cataclysm to find suitable locations for an underground research facility. Pretty sure I know exactly who I've been helping.
Nice. Okay. Push the implosion drive into the loader. Oh my gosh, should I walk away from something? Lol. That's fine. And nude. I guess you have a point. True, true, true that, bestie. True that, bestie. Alright, I do need to take a go pee girl break, though, real quick. So I will be RB. B and R and B and R and B. I'm back. Thank you for waiting, everybody. Hey. Where are you trying to take me? Nowhere? Wait, no, really, where's the path? There it is.
You know how to make an entrance.
Come on, game. You know I can't go that way. You know I can't go through the mountain. There we go. Should have also read the question. Yeah, at least the bot was like, well, you know, I think that the answer is this, but like, I like your style. Guys, what did everyone eat for dinner? Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Through the mountains. There's been no dinner? You haven't had dinner, or are you asking if I haven't had dinner? I haven't had dinner because I had a really bad stomachache today. So, but I just got, I had soup earlier, and then I have ice cream on the way, which I won't eat probably till, like, after stream. I said earlier no one answered. Sorry. Because they hate you? Listen, if anyone here hates Nikki, you're gonna have to go through me, okay? Roast beef? That's
Perhaps
good,
I should detail my plan further. Don't worry. For your sake, I'll do so in
I have a...
Why use this
It's
layman
chicken
guy's words
and
instead of
cauliflower
your own?
rice and broccoli, like,
Rush,
bake that I made yesterday.
I don't really know how to respond to that.
But I want ice cream because you guys were talking about ice cream. Yeah, you made hamburger helper. That sounds so... I want hamburger helper so bad.
Nothing. Please
Fish,
continue.
a
about
fish
this Mr.
taco?
Layman and your obvious
Ew.
reverence for his terms.
Mini burgers and sweet potato in the casino?
Right. Well, the implosion drive is damaged, but as with a human heart, we can use the facility's generator to, let's say, jumpstart it back into sync.
We could live there. They closed the 99 in Groton.
Let's say, incredibly
Oh.
dangerous.
I know. But we have to try.
He's right. A functioning
Pepper
implosion
Farm
drive
remembers.
massively increases our odds of survival.
Not to mention, this plan only has a small chance of causing the planet to collapse all of its mass into an object the size of a blueberry. But no more than, say, 40%.
Well, seems like you've got this handled, so I'll start prepping the ship for the drive's installation. Good luck.
Where are you going, Conway? You guys are very confused. Vermestio. Rustic but fancy like a brewery. It's called Wooden Tap. Oh, did you try to say bistro and Bermsteo? Is what happened? But yeah, I definitely, I don't know if I ever want to go back, like, even to visit. Like, it's such an expensive drive just to, like, visit, you know? But at the same time, I'm like, man, I want to go see my friends. Like, I want to go see Ray and Steph and even, like, Nikki. Like, I would, for sure, like, Nikki.
These lunatics are firing at an incredibly unstable implosion drive.
Don't come back.
capable of blueberrying us all. Calling it a little point does not describe the situation accurately.
Built like a steakhouse, handles like a bistro.
Find us while I explain to him what a pun is.
Is that Brannigan? Oh yeah, we were talking about Futurama. Has anybody checked it out since we talked about it?
These order pests.
We were talking about the reboot on Hulu, like last week, I think. I feel like this shotgun's gonna carry me until I get one that's better. This one's really good. Ah! I did that to myself. Shit. Okay. The second it happened, I was like, no. I slid into that vehicle. And since I can be hurt by my own splash damage, it killed me. Hello.
Thankfully, the implosion drive is intact, but it still needs protection, or else...
Planet goes fruit salad. I got this.
I got this.
Don't let them take the implosion drive.
Or damage it on account of the blueberry factor.
Wait, what else? I got one other thing with my ice cream so that it would be able to be delivered, and now I don't remember what it is. Isn't that great? I was like, wait, what else did I get? I just threw something on there so that it could be $12. You're funny. Dave's a funny guy. Dave has broken me more than once by some shit he said. He's a funny guy. Quick-witted. Witted. Italian Bistro. I always thought it was a reference in Futurama. Really? I've actually never read those books. They're kids' books, right? You categorize them as kids' books? I feel like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy was kind of a kids' book. You would not? What would you categorize them as, Nikki? Is Dave? No. I was playing that with Dirge McBee. I know, a lot of D, J, a lot of D and J and D and J and D and J and yeah. Right, shit, okay, close. Yeah. Dr. J McBee. We call him Dirge for short. I wasn't totally dumb in the end. Yeah, I've got a couple. So there's a couple DJs. So there's Dave, DJ Easy Dave, and then there's DJ, who is a girl DJ, and then there's another DJ that I can't remember right now. Dirge and DJ Dave, yeah.
Remember when you tried to steal a look at Rush's protein bar recipe and literally fell into the pot of...
Nope, I remember no such thing.
Button. I appreciate Dirge's dry sense of humor, though. Dirge is a very funny guy as well. He definitely makes me laugh a lot. I feel like it's not hard to make me laugh because I love laughing. But yeah, Dirge makes me laugh a lot. Dave makes me laugh a lot. Who else says shit in here that makes me die all the time? Nikki does say some funny stuff sometimes. but in a different way. Like Nikki's humor is a bit more like self-deprecating. Tell me I'm funny / pretty. You're funny. You're a funny guy.
If y'all got this handled, I'll stay on.
I enjoy a chat with characters and a sense of humor. Exactly.
Not to die. Or
Exactly.
ruin our best chance at getting off Kairos. In that order.
I try to have a pretty open sense of humor when it comes to stream because there's so many different people and types of people and stuff out there. But some people just fucking crack me. Like, just break me. And then some people just cross the line and you're like, that's not really funny. But everybody's killing it, yeah. Like, you've had some pretty good ones, Dave. Like, I know she's not around anymore for, like, the joke to continue on, but your timing with Sun, when we were talking about Yaga's bunny being named Bun, oh my god, that shit was so funny.
Last call for regrets. None? Excellent. It's over.
Thank you. It's like, get out of, like, cover. Ah, shucks. Yeah, some of it's real funny. Some of it's real funny. If it's a weekend, I'm probably exactly. So then that makes it even better. But yeah, I like a good sense of humor. Like, I don't like when it's like, okay, so adult jokes, fine. Like, obviously, if you were here on stream on Saturday, clearly, like, adult jokes and stuff are fine. But when it's the only joke you can make, it's a little too much and it's a little dry and it's a little boring. But I mean, I like wordplay. I think wordplay is very, very, very funny. Yeah, like, I like a lot of self-deprecating humor a lot of times. I don't know, I like everybody's... Yeah, I don't mean no harm. Super on point or annoying. That was funny. Even though you grounded them from books, yeah. Stay on point, getting suited is part of the process. Listen, we are a forward 20 positive community here.
The generator should be okay. If not...
Think we've reached our quota of planetary implosion reminders? Thanks.
Flooded.
You know, I thought we'd have to launch a ship with the fear that it'd never get far enough away to contact anyone.
That was not what I wanted to do.
Okay, drive. Now we really have a chance.
Well, here we
Hold off
are.
on celebrating until this bad boy is charged up and back at HQ safe.
Oh, it's too late for that one.
Can I like go under?
People can hardly focus
No, I can't go down though.
But you're right. We can't get ahead of ourselves.
I just swim. Okay, listen. Swimming is new for Borderlands. I'm not mad about it. It's 11:07 now. See? Fuck you. That's what I mean, Nikki. Like, Nikki's sense of humor is so funny. It's so like, it's so silly. It's just so good. It's so stupid. But in a good way. Oh gosh. Like, what's everyone's favorite comedy? You know, like, I feel like that gives like a big representation as to like what people. Oh, my ice cream's here. Let me go get it before it melts. That's like a good representation of people's comedy and stuff like that. Sense of humor. All right, BRB. Let me get my ice cream. I just want you guys to know that I just broke my nail shoving my ice cream into my freezer. So, yeah. I just broke my nail shoving my ice cream into my freezer. It's a good question to ask, something I have been thinking about. Kingpin for the first time with Woody Harrelson. And at first I'm like, this is dumb, I hate this. I could not turn it off by the end. My favorite movie. It's so subtle and dry. A low-key genius, but how is he always funny? He doesn't play a funny character. If you haven't seen, is Woody Harrelson trying to teach Randy Quaid, who is super Amish, how to bowl. Occasionally Bill Murray bullies him, but it's great. It's a sleeper. Interesting. I don't think I've seen that, to be honest. Oh, so guys, remember when I was like, I don't remember what I added on there so that I could reach $12 so I could get delivery. Apparently it was an order of mozzarella sticks. So, here we are. So here we are. Okay, so what did everyone say was their favorite comedies? Fear of pogo sticks? Pogonophobia. Pogonophobia. Fear of beards. Oh my gosh. Imagine like having to work customer service with that.
Protected the people it subjugates as well as it protects its facilities.
Hi, Horseman.
You can practically set off an alarm by sneezing in here.
Mind turning those things off?
What's the opposite of subtle?
Quit snooping on the call if it's bothering you.
No can do. Sitting in silence is a one-way road to Sad Town.
Horseman, how's your day? Oh my god. Oh my gosh, I can't shoot straight and fucking fight for your life. Come on. Kind of annoying.
The alarms triggered a generator shutdown. Obnoxious, but at least we know they have some safety protocols in place.
To be honest, man,
simple reset should do the trick.
Mostly love Python movies and those types. In terms of like classic comedy to me, I would say like Robin Williams is probably my favorite. Like Mrs. Doubtfire, Jumanji, definitely those. But in modern times, I will never forget how bad my face hurt from laughing so hard when I walked out of This Is the End. Like, I think satirical comedy is very fucking funny. Like, when actors can literally make fun of themselves, I think it's so funny. Most I've ever laughed in a movie theater in my life is White Chicks. White Chicks is up there. What else is just like, was just so fucking funny? The whole crowd just erupted. Mm. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of movies that I've seen in the theater that have gotten a really good, like, group laugh. Pineapple Express is funny. Oh, I love... Here's another example of my humor. I love, like, purposefully stupid humor. Like, Ask Ray. One of my favorite movies, I quote it all the time, is Hot Rod. It's so dumb. It's so stupid. And I love it so much. It makes me laugh. Uh-huh. Hot Rod. Mm-hmm. I love Hot Rod. It's such a stupid movie. And it's purposefully stupid. I think it's so funny. I hear 3 of Hearts on the radio all the time. 3 of Hearts. Come on, come on. Hey, Rod, what's the name of that song about the grandma getting run over by a reindeer? Grandma got run over by a reindeer? No. That's so funny. You look pretty. What? I said you look shitty. Good night, Denise. I got you this rock to commemorate all my hard work. Wow, thanks. I've got this acid, but I can't do it. Well, I'll do it. It's so stupid. The humor is so dumb. But I think I really like him as well as a comedian, Andy Samberg. I like him a lot too. I think he's funny. I've been drinking green tea all goddamn day. I'm freaking pumped. Totally my hat. My hat now. What is she's like, here's Kool-Aid order, and she's like, I don't like the purple kind. It hurts my stomach. Hey, little girl. Have my thumbs been drinking? Princess Bride is a classic funny movie. Like, you can quote Princess Bride, and so many people will know it's Princess Bride. Talladega Nights. That's a really good one, too. He's one who's like... Will Ferrell is funny, but sometimes he can be too much. And I'm like, it's not funny. Like, you've gone too far. It's not funny anymore. But he's a funny guy. Ricky Bobby, you're not paralyzed. Help me, Tom Cruise. It took you a long time to realize his genius. Step Brothers. Elf. What's the basketball one? The basketball one that I never remember the name of? Semi-pro, yep. But Elf, man. Elf is like still a classic Christmas movie to these. Like, people still watch Elf today. Like, I think Elf's my mom's favorite Christmas movie, honestly. Also with Woody Harrelson. You say about that movie? Semi-pro? Really?
Clearly working as intended.
You know the saying that when one thing goes wrong, others tend to follow?
Better than I'd like.
It's my fault. Without the water to cool the generator, it overheated. I should have caught that. I'm sure the Order has some replacement parts on hand. Mind playing mechanic, too?
Oh my god, motherfucker.
So you're aware the launch will only be Conway and a few crew members.
The Hangover?
Too much of a risk to send more.
But only the first one. I feel like they went too far.
Just leave everyone here to fend for themselves, you know? I know Conway understands, but something seems off. It's like their laughter
I love the new Jumanji with Jack Black, which I know some people don't like Jack Black.
Not directly, but if
I
it were
love
me,
the new Jumanji with
I'd try
Jack Black.
putting on a
He
brave face,
cracked
too.
me up.
Even if I were being eaten up inside.
I think I understand. Thank you.
Got the parts.
Wonderful. Just need to be slotted into the generator.
I love Jack Black. I do too. I feel like School of Rock, man. Like if you don't like School of Rock, like I don't know. I feel like we can't be friends, man. School of Rock is just such a classic, like. That's your favorite movie ever? I watched the Minecraft movie out of like pure curiosity. Yeah, Karen Gillan.
Although I can definitely still hear them.
Yeah, the new Jumanji is very funny. The first one.
Lasting.
The second one's okay. The second one's fine. But the first new Jumanji is very, very funny. This is really good, by the way. This, Rainbow Candy Hydration. Advanced GG. Exclamation point ADV. By the way. You're not hardcore. Unless you live hardcore.
What is happening with your base area?
I just yeeted him. In despise.
You know, I'd convinced myself I'd never leave Cairo.
I'm trying to think of what other older movies are really funny. I like unintentionally funny movies too.
Emotionally debilitating. But suddenly,
like when there's like more than just comic relief, but like there's just like maybe like one character who's like just really funny the whole time. Like Chris Evans in like Knives Out. Like he was just his character was just very just funny the whole time. And I don't think he was written to be. I think like he just ended up coming out funny.
Even Rush. For all his upbeat energy. We're gonna do this. I know it.
He got 2 of those things off while I was reloading. That's crazy.
You're just pretending anyway.
Amazon, oh, why you have such a hard-on for Amazon Prime and I don't get it. Bro, they interrupt my fucking The Boys episodes like 6 times. And they're like, yeah, I know you pay $120 a year for Amazon Prime, but if you want Amazon Prime without commercials, you also have to pay $4 a month. That just makes me angry. That just makes me angry. Yeah, and that they're unbalanced as fuck, Dave. Okay, am I supposed to be going further down? I'm confused. Oh yeah. guess there's more.
So, if you have a god to pray to, or I don't know, an accountant to settle things with, now would be the time. Because here comes the potentially catastrophic part.
Wait, I am fighting? Could we not do the potentially catastrophic thing while I'm fighting? Okay. For the love TV channels, you can just like have something on the background with commercial helps like tether me to reality. Knives Out is amazing. Amazon arguably They put a bunch of your favorite rewatch movies back up. That's nice. That's always nice. I don't notice it. Yeah, they are. I watch because I've been watching The Boys. And they'll be so obnoxiously loud. And they like they're so long too. It'd be fine if they were like 30-second commercials, but they're not. They're like 2 minutes.
I heard that and recorded it for posterity. Thanks, bud.
Why does everyone always want to kill me? I'm just helping. I like that there's literal vending machines right here. There's no way he didn't die of poison damage when he ducked behind that box. Come on. I'm like the Flash? No. It's because you're the opposite of the Flash. You're the anti-Flash. For you, you're like, wow, 9 minutes? That's just enough time for me to breathe. And me, on the other hand, I'm like, damn, I could do a whole load of laundry. I could walk my dog. I could take a nap. You wanted to come for me, huh? Who is launching the stuff? I need to find out who's launching this shit. Time is an enigma. I guess so. What is launching shit? What is, like, there's nothing there. Oh my god. Slap the shit out of me. Time is fake like birds.
We're good.
If you'd ever watch Interstellar with me, you'd understand it better. Well, what if I told you that I actually did end up watching Interstellar at a later date? My favorite movies are Christopher Nolan movies and anything with Matthew McConaughey. Matthew McConaughey is fine. What do you mean, don't do this to me?
Anomaly detected.
Alright, fine, I won't tell you then.
Trash. Trash.
Whoa. I have to go down the hole? Woo. Don't rip my heart out like the guy in Indiana Jones. What would make you more upset? That I didn't watch it, or that I did watch it, but I watched it without you?
And every ingredient in that stew was made out of an even older stew. You know, I'd always wondered what the inside of my coffin would smell like after a while. Now I know. Oh, come on.
Oh, it's like this place is trying to get us all blueberried.
I think if you did it without me. Oh. What was it? It was either not watching it, refusing to watch it, or watching it without you. So like, I haven't seen it and I will refuse to see it, or watching it without you. I hate you did to me, and I hope you get crappy Mountain Dew. If you haven't seen it, I just feel bad for you because it's or sweet. I see. Where? Ah! That was silly. I fell behind the thing. But I want to watch because I like seeing stuff I might ever seek out on my own when I get a chance. Would I recommend it? I relish in the opportunity. So, I feel like with me and Ray, it's a little differently. Because a lot of times we watch movies like at night. Pretty much like before I fall asleep, I'll be like, let's pick a movie to watch together. And he has been trying to get me to watch Interstellar for like years because he loves it. And I just never really had any interest. I don't know why I never had an interest in it. I was just like, it's too long, it's too whatever. I just never saw it for no reason in particular. But because he wanted me to watch it so badly, I used to like make excuses and whatever. And then the other day I was like, maybe I'll watch it. Like maybe I'll just watch it. I'll just watch it. Maybe I'll just watch it. Sir, where are you? And the daughter is the daughter in Twilight. It'll put you right to sleep, or you'll be into it. Well, I hate to be the one to say this, Ray, but I did end up watching it without you. I'm sorry. I actually ended up watching it with my mom. Because I was like, yeah, Ray likes that movie. It's my favorite movie. She's like, I've never watched it. Wait, let's watch it. And I was like, eh. Whatever. Yeah. But I did watch it with my mom. Like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. A while ago. A little while ago. Goodbye Forever? I know, I'm sorry. That's why I was like, what would be worse? Never seeing it or not watching it with you? We can dish about that later, though. Yeah, it was good. Still a little jealous, but like, that's cool. Yeah. And if it was anybody else other than my mom, I would have been like, no, I can't. You know how moms be? Oh my god. Motherfucker won't stay out long enough for me to do anything to him. It's good. I don't know, like, I'm trying to think. Like, Tenant, I got all the way through Tenant, and then at the very end, I was like, oh, okay, I like it. But the whole time, I was like, it's fine. I don't know how deep you need to get. It's very, very quite easy to understand, I feel like. The new PTA. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it. When are you going? I hate that you make the noise. It's not the legendary noise. Sunday. Nice. Nice. Hey, hey, hey! What the? What the fuck? Where are these little worms coming from? Sunday, Sunday. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. You'll pay for the whole suit, but you'll only use the edge.
And I think we're good. Still alive? No implosion? Time for some fresh air.
Then you'll just go solo? Yeah. I'm like that sometimes, where I'm like, here's the offer. This is my plan. These are the days I'd like to go.
Oh, yeah, that's
If we can, cool. If not, I'm going anyway.
I knew my plan would work. I'll escort the implosion drive back to HQ. It'll take quite some time for it to be fully installed and operational, though. Rush will get in touch.
Nice.
Oh, the drive is okay, right?
I'm great, thanks for asking. Yeah, it's fine. Hopefully there's not another Thresher down there waiting for you.
Wait, that was just a joke, right?
Yeah.
Have fun!
Have fun! Goodbye!
I was just lost in thought. Hello.
Hey, before I forget, I just wanted to say thanks.
How did I get out of
This
here?
is a huge step toward our goal,
Oh, right
and
there.
it only happened because of your help. Honestly, pinching myself that we actually got this far. Like Rhodes said, it'll take a while to install the drive. We gotta be extra careful with it, but I'll definitely be in touch.
So-
Stay safe out there.
So why are they called faction missions? If there's only one faction, unless there's more than one faction, can you be evil? Can you like join the Rippers? Can you be evil? Or is it just because it's not a side class? They're not just some guy or girl, you know. No, there's not like a, just like an extra body. Yeah. Oh no, should I have stayed up there? Gone in that, thing? That portal? I go see that too. I'm Dr. Evil in real life. Leo. I am the movie people. Well, I was Christopedia for a long time. Ooh. Well, I think I tried to find these before and I couldn't. Gotta let it come to you. Yeah, these are like below, but you can't get below here. Yeah, see, it says it's below here. But there is no below. Well, there is, but it's a door that's not open. Watch stuff for you? I mean, I watch stuff for me, but I also do watch stuff, like, with other people. Like, there's a lot of movies that I've seen that I probably would not have seen otherwise because somebody asked me to, you know? My headache went away, so that's good. Some good times we had to go to the opening nights and it's such a big deal to see movies, and now I'm like, fuck, what did I used to do for fun? Yeah, asshole! I'd be like, no, we have to go opening night because, like, first of all, we don't want spoilers. Like, second of all, like, you have to go when it's like a nice full theater and everyone's reacting and all that other stuff. And it would always be like pulling fucking hairs to get him to go to the movies. Like, well, I'm going opening night. I'll see you later. Especially because we saw a lot of mainstream, like, big blockbusters, so, you know, you don't want some a-hole on the internet spoiling that. Used to go to midnight showings. Used to be, I think, and not to get topical, but I'm pretty sure the last midnight showing I went to was the last one I remember even being a thing, was The Dark Knight, and that was when the shooting in Colorado happened. That happened the same night that I was, like, literally in the theater. And then they stopped doing midnight shows, and they started doing like Thursday at like 9 o'clock would be like the midnight show now. It's borderline hyperbolic, but also she just knows her shit. In my circles, I'm the expert, and it's exhausting. Man, you kind of gotta sit with 3 people. Like, I just didn't care. Yeah, but then we did drive-ins. Aw, Paul Walker. I wonder if there's a drive-in here. Drive-ins are fun.
You trying to trip me up?
Certain folks' recommendations more than others. It's true. Finish this game now. I have not finished the game. No, I have one more big boss that I know of, and then I'm sure like the end boss. But this is a main quest that I'm on now. I think it's gonna bring me like to this area. I think it's gonna start leading me up to the next area. I finished almost all of the second area. I just got the achievement for discovering all of the areas. So now I just need to like do all the side quests and stuff. What? What? Oh, I can't believe that they threw that way back here. I literally backed up because I was trying to get my shield to recharge. Oh, Paul Walker. You saw Twilight, but it was with Scott. Like one of the last ones in Twilight. That was one of the midnight ones. You been to a drive-in? There's a drive-in up here. Wonder how far it is. I wonder if it'll be like a trip. Like I'll take a trip. Driving by yourself though is kind of lame, huh? And it would still be nice. Like I could just sit there and I could just like smoke and like eat and watch the movie. On the roof? It's probably too cold now, but that would have been nice in the summer, for sure. Sandwiches with stuff at the dollar store. We were not financially stable or responsible back then. Yeah. We made dollar store sandwiches. Yep, exactly. Oh, how times have changed. Oh, how times have changed. Fuck, marry, kill any Borderlands legendary. Mary would be Breath of the Dying. I don't know. Fuck would probably be Juliet's Dazzle. And kill would be TK Wave. Those are my choices. Because it never goes anywhere! It never goes anywhere! You said that so fast. Bro, I hate TK Wave. It never fucking goes anywhere. He's like, wait. Norfeet a legend? That I actually don't remember. Because Pearlescents haven't been around in a couple games. I can't remember. I think you're right. I think it is a Pearlescent. They have new owners and just revamp it. It looks really nice. I used to go back in high school. Really? I'll have to see where it is. Or even if there's one by, like, work. It is legendary? Nice. Yeah, I thought it was a pearl for sure. Alright, how far am I going here? Oh, okay. I can go here. Yay! We're in the third area now. The third map area now. Guys, she's on the blanket out of the bed again. I don't understand how this little tiny dog does this. Unplayable. Third planet, you could say. Yeah, pretty much. Wow, look at this. Is all unexplored. This is all unexplored. Alright, we literally have 10 minutes left to stream, so I'm just gonna, like, go grab these. And then, on Wednesday, well, no, I should actually stick to my stream schedule so I don't burn myself out. Because I've been streaming a lot because I've really been enjoying Borderlands. So on Wednesday, we'll start the story back up. And if I feel like playing tomorrow, I have tons of side stuff to do. How do I get up here, I wonder? up there? Yeah, I can. Okay. Bray Havenage. Holy shit, this is really high up here. I don't think I'm supposed to. Sorry, Harold, but convergence exists now. I loved Juliet's Dazzle. That was a really good legendary I liked too. There's got to be a way to get up there. Like, there's got to be a story way to get up there. When it's a contract that's made up. How come you manually change the time on a clock, wake up people? Because you're making up the time. God. Get it together. Where's this one? Is this down? This one's also up? How do I get up, though? I don't see any grappling hook points. Wake up, Neo. You're living in the Matrix, Neo. For the time it takes for your eyes to see light reflected off of the clock face. Yeah, how come it doesn't account? Oh my god. How come it doesn't account for that? How am I supposed to? I fucked up. Okay, I unfucked up. Okay, I'm not really interested in you. I'm not interested. Goodbye. Goodbye. No, thank you. Challenge completed. Uh-huh. I did that challenge for sure. You son of a bitch. I did that challenge so good. And so intentionally on purpose. What are you little shitheads doing here? Get out of here. Little shits. How are you alive? Come on. I can't go higher than that. Okay. Whatever! World has built itself real quick. It does, your brain tricks you. That's why we don't crash into each other all day long. Everything's made up, nothing's real. This is all a simulation. Who the hell?
It's over.
Who has like rocket launchers? Probably a pea shooter, I bet. Stop crawling out of orifices. Wonder if we can hit 39 before the end of stream. I'm actually stuck. I can't move. There we go. creep. Ew, was it really bees?
Wanna die?
Bees! Where is it? There it is. Yay!
Journal entry 15. Finished the test. They said they'll let me know if I can be a scout by the end of the week, but I feel good about it.
Turns out studying for these things
Gracious
ain't such
tip.
a bad idea, huh?
Okay, Mom.
Hey, I just appreciate
Don't forget to
you
subscribe.
kind enough to show
See the
me
green
what
cold
not
or
to
it's
do
me,
when
even
it's
though I'm
my
not
time
tagging
to
it. I know you're
conclave.
sentient.
Think you'll go
Oh, if they
scout
put
or
wooden
stick with
tap
Rhino
on
like Mom and
DoorDash.
Dad?
Existential
wishes I'd
crisis.
be a
Yeah.
I just get the feeling like I'm letting him down somehow by wanting to be a scout.
You ain't letting him down at all, and he knows that. Both Mom and Dad just want you to be happy, stupid.
These broken birds.
Heck, if you want to follow in his footsteps, all you gotta do is be a good man. Cause that's what Daddy is more than anything else.
Wouldn't you rather enjoy their ambiance?
Wrong about that.
Ray's not what we call an outside
Feel
person.
like I was born to be a scout.
You'll get it. I know you will.
Thanks, Tiff. Let's go home.
But also, sometimes I don't feel like going out. Even though I do enjoy eating out, sometimes I don't want to go out. Sometimes the act of going out is just not what I'm feeling. Whoop. Ah! Look at that. Look at that. Part Norwegian, part German, part hermit, part vampire, so it's difficult. Yeah, also, and I'm not making excuses for Ray because I just happen to know Ray's life. He works like stupid ass hours. So a lot of times he has like minimal options when he gets home. Killer atmospheres. So here's what I know about killer atmospheres. When I was a little kid, we used to rotate, and it would be like somebody would pick like where we're gonna eat for dinner tonight, and then next week would be somebody else. I always picked the ground round because they had TVs. They had like big screen TVs and crayons.
Hell yeah!
I loved that place. Alexa, stop. I'm not trying to get my steps in. That's what I'm saying. Like, sometimes, like, especially on the weekends, because I have a horrible sleeping schedule, admittedly horrible sleeping schedule. So the weekends are when I get, like, a lot of, like, my laundry and, like, my house cleaning and stuff like that done. Mostly because, like, I'm not trying to get home from work. And then, like, after an hour drive each way, like, yeah, anyway. So weekends are when I get a lot of my house cleaning done. So, like, I'm, like, usually, like, gross and sweaty before stream, and I have to, like, I'm not about to try to go out and go to a restaurant and stuff. Like, just bring me some food. I still can't do those, huh? Interesting. Okay. I have to do laundry tomorrow? Yeah. And then when you have to, like, then you have to. Like, that was me this week. Like, not to be TMI, guys, sorry, but, like, I was down to, like, my last few couple pairs of underwear, and I was like, alright, stop being a lazy bum. Because eventually you're not gonna have any undies. Oh my god, Pinksel wears underwear, confirmed. Clip it, chat, clip it. Oh my god. Do you wear underwear when you don't have to go anywhere? Yes. Yes, I do. I'm not a free baller, as one may call it, Yeah, I'm genuinely, like, not comfortable, like, when I don't have stuff on. Restaurants is if I'm with someone. I need to go shopping. Uber Eats brings it to me. Lol. I'm slow, but exactly all those things she said. That's where I'm at home. No more socks. I work dirty socks to wooden tap. Don't tell my mom. Oh my gosh, gross. I work a manual job in long hours when the extra people are inside, so I'm good being around people. That's what I'm saying. Like, I drive an hour to and an hour from work every day. Like, after I get home, like, most nights I don't even want to cook, but I do anyway if I have something, like, thought out ahead of time. Do you have holes in your underwear? Yeah, the 2 that my legs go in and the 1 that my torso goes in. Go to bed. Good night. Yeah, we're calling it here. I was gonna try to get this last thing, but it looks like it's way up there, which I don't think I can get to. How do you... I told you. Well, good. Oh, yeah, were you concerned? Were you worried? Carry on. Carry on. Really good show. Good pick. Okay, so how up there? Do I have to go from somewhere across? Does the mine lead me out? I have so many questions. All right. All right, chat. This is where we leave. This is where we leave you. I'll go back to this safe house here. The safe house. These aren't the holes you are looking for. These aren't the holes you are looking for. All right. I know Gigi is on. We should probably just raid Gigi so that way... Because all you guys are going to go there anyway. Nice chatting with you. Yes, thanks for being here, Dave. As always, good to see you. I am making myself take tomorrow off because I don't want to burn myself out. Even though I'm really loving this game and I've been streaming a lot. Never heard of her. Okay. Tomorrow from work, yeah? Oh, from Steam? Yes, from Steam. From stream. I took today off from work and somebody slept all day. Alright, guys. See you guys on Wednesday. Go hang out with Gigi.